Attention in the show arena. We're getting ready to start our 2020 Sheep Showmanship. We want to thank everybody for coming out today. I have a few announcements that I have to make regarding COVID-19. So welcome to the 2020 Clark County Fair. We are happy to have you here. We know that this year's fair looks a little different, but thank you for still coming out to support your youth at the livestock shows. Thank you to the Clark County Combined Health Districts for their guidance and support in helping to put on a successful 2020 Clark County Fair. We do have a few housekeeping items for all fairgoers to keep in mind. Please remember to maintain a social distancing and keep 6 feet away from others. Keep at least a cow's length apart, like our yellow signs say. Wear your mask. Remember, it is now a requirement that you wear a mask on all Ohio fairgrounds. Wash your hands and use hand sanitizer frequently. Hand washing stations can be located around the fairgrounds, and you can find hand sanitizers in all of the porta potties. If anyone here is sick or feeling sick, we ask that you please go home. It is more important now than ever. No food or drinks in the barns or show arenas. Stay hydrated. Please exit the barn or show arena when eating or drinking. The bleachers are sanitized with bleach cleaning solution 3 times per day. Please use caution to make sure the bleachers are dry before sitting. We ask that when your child has finished showing, please exit the bleachers to allow other families to watch their children. You may sit with your own family members. However, please keep 6 feet away from other families in the bleachers. It is important that the bleachers are at 50% capacity. If you would like to watch the remainder of the show after your child has finished showing, most of our shows are being live streamed, and you can find that information on the Clark County Fair website and Facebook page. We hope you enjoy the show. Okay, I'd like to start off today by introducing our judge. We want to give a big thanks to Ryan Roberts. He currently resides in Falmouth, Indiana, with his wife and 2 kids who show sheep, cattle, and boar goats competitively at the local, state, and national levels. They maintain a small group Hereford cattle and sheep flock. He grew up in Franklin County, Indiana, where he was a 10-year member of 4-H and showed sheep, cattle, and swine. He is employed by Commercial Concepts A1, a boar stud based out of Needmore, Pennsylvania. As a family, they are also big supporters of the National FFA organization. Please give him a big round of applause. In the show ring today, children, we need you to make sure that you're keeping social distancing. We're probably going to have you line up a little bit different than how you have in the past. So please pay attention to the judge and your volunteers in the show ring to make sure that we're keeping that social distancing, okay?
Good morning, Clark County. Good morning, Clark County. It's my pleasure to be over here this morning and starting off with your showmanship. We got two young kids out here in the 8-year-old division. We're going to bring them both back at the end. They both do a really nice job. They're keeping their heads up. You know, they're 8-year-olds. This may be the first time they've ever been in the ring. I don't know that. You know, if we could be just a little more prompt on setting some feet and stuff. But two kids that do a really nice job at their young age. Thank you.
Next in the ring, we have our first heat of 9-year-olds. Landon Best, Stephanie Getz, Chloe Engling, and Zachary Panstingle. The judge would like you to walk your lambs head to tail across that far side. I'd like to give a special shout out to some of our sponsors this year. We had some people go in to help with some awards and also with our live stream expenses. So we would like to give a special thanks to Tizwiz in Springfield, Outdoor Edge Landscape Management, Delaney Plumbing and Heating, Clem Farms, Kent's Feed Barn, and Workman Family Farm Club Lambs. With a special thank you to them to help with some of the expenses, additional expenses that we've had this year.
this heat of 9-year-olds. We're going to keep 2 out of this division. They're just a little quicker at getting the lamb set. They're a little more focused on where I'm at in the ring, and they get around the sheep. But as I'm moving around, they always give me the most look at the sheep as possible. It's going to be the little girl up there in the blue in the front, and the young lady right here with the blue sheep. Thank you.
Those of you that were held back, you can either go back to your pen or you can wait in one of the holding pens at the back of the makeup arena. I need the following 9-year-olds to come to the makeup arena: Phillips Garrett, Lexi Rittenhouse, Aniston Stacy, and Dixie Waddle. This is our second heat of 9-year-olds in the ring. We have Garrett Phillips, Lexi Rittenhouse, Aniston Stacy, and Dixie Waddle.
We've got a trio of 9-year-olds out here again that they all three do a really nice job. Due to everything this year, we're going to try to limit how many we keep for the finals. We're going to keep 2 out of this division. Also, not to take anything away from the other young lady, but I think there's 2 out here that are really quick, really intense, really good at getting them sheep set, keeping them set right, getting moved around, letting me see the most of them sheep, and do a really fine job. It's going to be the young man, the young lady right here we're going to bring back. Thank you.
Next in the ring, we're going to have our 10-year-old class. We have Colton Mershon and Taylor Workman. In the ring, we have our 10-year-olds. After the 10-year-olds, we will bring back everyone who is held back from the 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds, and 10-year-olds, and we will do a championship drive for beginner showmen, which will be our 8 to 10-year-olds. Attention in the barn. Please remember to keep 6 feet between your family groups when you're sitting in the arena. If we do get too full or we see violations, we will have to stop the show and get those situations figured out. So please do your best to keep your 6 feet apart from your family groups.
We've only got 2 out here in this division, and 2 that are respectable, plenty respectable enough to come back in our finals. I mean, I really wish we had a little more out here competition for these 2 because they really do a nice job, and we'll get more in depth in these guys when we get out here in these finals and work a little harder. Thank you.
Okay, I need y'all to enter the ring. You're going to follow Jenny around. We're going to do a big, huge circle. You are going to walk by the far bleachers over there. You're going to come around and walk by the announcer stand. And then you're going to walk around by those bleachers again. And you're going to line up head to tail. Make sure that you keep your lamb back from the lamb in front of you. This is our beginning championship drive. It's our 8 to 10-year-olds. We'll be placing 1 to 5 in this heat. Kids, you have room all the way back to the concrete, so make sure that you leave yourself plenty of distance between your lambs, okay? And if your lamb acts up and you need some help or you need to pull it out and find yourself a new spot, that's okay.
out here in your beginner finals, these 5 are in no particular order. These 5 are the 5 they're going to place in top 5, not take anything away from the 3 we have left over there. They all do a nice job in this beginner group. It's just you 3 just weren't as quick. You weren't as swift at getting them sheep set, keeping their heads up at all times. There's nothing wrong with that. You made it out here to the finals. That's the good thing about it. But these 5 are the 5 we're going to talk and really go through. On the beginner thing, this is more for the parents than anybody else. I'm fine in the beginner thing with a halter. I'm fine. I told the young man right here, I said, you got that thing, use it if you need it. You know, if you're going to bring a halter out here, use it if you need it. Yes, we all want, as a parent, as coaches, we all want to see out here hands-on, no halter. But we did our virtual county fair this week, and I'll be honest, we had a ewe that she's not real smart, and we put a halter on her, and that changed things. So if you're going to, and that was a 12-year-old boy, you know, so if you're going to bring it, don't be afraid to use it. That's my personal preference as a judge. When it comes to showmanship, it's really deep and dear to our hearts. And it's something that each individual kid can do on their own. It don't matter how good the sheep is. It don't matter how much help they get. It's your own determination and the willingness to learn and watch others and figure it out. With that being said, I think it came down really in a close call on first, second, and maybe even third. But we got one out here that has she made some mistakes? Yes, she's made some mistakes, but at the same time, she's most prompt to get them set, has them looking the best she can, the most of any of them. Young lady right here is going to be your champion. She really keeps that front end up. She keeps that head pulled at all times, really keeps a good brace on that. In the second place deal, it really came close. A few different things for me. It's the 2 boys down here. And the one that follows her in intensity, which I love your intensity, young man. You're going to be my second place. You just always have that sheep almost right. When you get him right, it seemed like he moved about every time, but you almost get him right every time, and that's good. Which that puts the young man down here at third, which probably finally has him set as good as he has all day. He does a really good job. As we talked about, I have no problem with the halter. Use it when you need to. Once you kind of jerk it a time or 2, the lambs start acting better for you. Get down to 4th and 5th, young lady that caught on real quick and did a really good job of switching sides on the move. Young lady up here is going to be your 4th place. You did a really nice job switching sides on the move, depending where I was at, to give me that best look. The young lady in blue is going to end up being 5th. She does a really good job with a big old wether that's really heavy and hard to handle. But she does a good job of getting him set as good as she can at all times. Thank you.
Our beginner champion shower is Taylor Workman. Second place goes to Garrett Phillips. Third place goes to Carson Dalton. Fourth place goes to Lexi Rittenhouse. And fifth place goes to Stephanie Getz. Next in the ring, we're going to start our junior showmanship division with our 11-year-olds. This division consists of ages 11 and 12. For the 11-year-olds, we have Cooper Best, Gabby McNear, and Tessa Waddle. Just as a reminder, we are asking this year that when your child's finished showing that you please exit the bleachers to allow for other families to watch your show. You may sit with your own family members. However, keep that 6 feet away from other families in the bleachers. And it is important that 50% capacity. Sorry, we also have in this class Stephen Roddy.
We're going to keep two out of this division. These two really do a good job of getting them sheep set, getting that head up, keeping that head up at all times, and getting the best look of that sheep from a side profile, especially keeping them top straight by having that head pulled up out of them. It's going to be the two young ladies who are going to come back out of this division. Thank you.
Those of you that were held out, you can either go back to your pen or you can go to a makeup arena, whichever, or a holding pen, whichever you prefer. Next in the ring, we have our 12-year-olds. This is our first division of 12-year-olds. We have Blake Ballard, Evan Ballard, Kylie Locke, and Jed Mershon.
Showmanship can be a fun thing. It's a partnership. It's because you got a teammate out here. It's you and the lamb. We got some lambs not wanting to cooperate the best out here, but I think there's two that they can go back and get them calmed down and bring them back out. They're going to really excel. This is going to be the two up here in the front we're going to bring back for our second. The two young men back here just need to do a little better job of keeping them in line. I mean, we're getting to the ages now and the stages, and I don't know what experiences any of you have, but I just got to go with age. Just be sure you keep them sheep in line with everybody in front of you, and just do your best to get them presented in the quickest, nicest pattern. Thank you.
Next in the ring is our second class of 12-year-olds. Brendan Slagle, Daniel Stacy, Gina Stiles, and Alexandra Waddle.
Out of this class, once again, we're going to keep two. We're going to keep the back two. The young man in the front did a really nice job at the beginning. Came in, head up, very intense. I love that. But you just let that sheep just get a little off and never got it back straight in line. But you did a really nice job off the get go, and just there at the end, you just kind of gave up a little bit on me. And that's one place. It don't matter if you're in showmanship or if you're showing sheep in class. You just never give up, because you never know when maybe a judge made a mistake and comes back and looks or whatever. You just always do your best the whole time. So thank you.
Next in the ring, we're going to bring in our 11 and 12-year-olds that were held back from their individual classes to compete for the overall junior showman. I need y'all to make a complete circle around the ring. So you're going to go down by the far bleachers, then you're going to come around, go past the announcer's table, and then you're going to go back in front of those wooden bleachers again, and we'll line you up over there head to tail. Please keep distance between your animals. If you have a rowdy lamb that acts up and jumps out of line, you are more than welcome to pull it out and put it in at the end of the line just to keep that social distancing. I'd like to do a special thank you to some of our sponsors this year. We had some additional sponsors that contributed money so that we could have our live stream available to our audience. So this year, some of those sponsors were Tizwiz, Outdoor Edge Landscape Management, Delaney Plumbing and Heating, Clem Farms, Kent's Feed Barn, and Workman Family Farm Club Lamb. So a special thank you to all of those supporters. Also, we just need to remember that we're to keep our social distancing at all times. We need 6 feet between all families when they're sitting in the bleachers, and we need to make sure that we're staying at 50% capacity. And we thank you all for your cooperation in this.
Out here in your junior division, I think we've got 6 representatives out here. I've already spoke to one. When there's 5, I got to pick 5 out. I know what 5 it's going to be, so I went ahead and spoke with him, and we discussed the small issue. It's small. It's something he can go back and fix with that lamb, no problem. No big deal, and he can go back to the barn and get that fixed. No big deal down the road. And there again, showmanship, there's so much personal preference in it, but I was here last year, and if you remember anything, intensity doesn't bother me one bit. Some people think you can be too intense, you need to relax a bit. Intensity don't bother me. And there's one young lady that came out here. She came out here in class earlier. I mean, she won my heart right there with her intensity. She came out here in the finals. She kept that up, and she really gets that sheep looking the best he can look at all times. And that young lady right here is going to be your champion. And from there, there's another one out here that really put some heat on her out here in the division, but she just isn't quite as crisp and quick at getting that lamb set. She's not quite as intense. She does a really fine job. She can show sheep for me anytime, any day of the week, but I just like to see her be a little more intense, and that's going to be the young lady right here. Get down to third. That was a little more of a decision for me. Those top 2 kind of stuck out, but there's one I think she follows the 2 showmen we used in a lot of ways. She really knows what to do. She can just be just a little quicker about it, but she really does a nice job and gets the job done. That's going to be the lady on the end. Then we're going to come back with the young lady with the ewe lamb there with the wool cap. She does a really good job. That lamb has a few issues, and she does a really nice job of trying to show that out of them, and that's what showmanship's all about. I caught her a time or two trying to put that belly up so that where that lamb comes in from that loin hip junction, bring that up a little bit. And a few times she tapped her on the side and tried to do that, and that really helps. And that's what showmanship's all about. Know what your lamb needs and make it better. But she'll be 4th. Young man in the orange shirt does a really nice job. Just a good, solid job. Has the sheep set at all times. And just so you all know, when I felt them sheep and moved them sheep, I did that on purpose. And that was to see how quick you got them set back. I really appreciate how quick you got them set back. Nobody looked at me like I was crazy for moving their sheep on them or anything. I even had a couple that kind of saw what I was doing and put their hand on the side. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, if you know something's going to run in them sheep, set it there and try to make them stay where they're at. But y'all, all 6 did a nice job. Thank you.
Our overall junior showman goes to Gabrielle McNear. 2nd place goes to Kylie Locke. 3rd place goes to Gina Stiles. 4th place goes to Tessa Waddle. And 5th place goes to Blake Ballard. Next in the ring, we're going to start our intermediate showmanship with our 13-year-olds. This intermediate division is ages 13 and 14. So we're going to have our 13-year-olds come in the ring. Ty Hertzinger, Gabriana Jurgens, Kyle Larson, Zoe Workman, I just need to remind everybody in the barns and in the bleachers that we must wear a face mask. It is now a requirement of all Ohio fairgrounds. So you're going to need to make sure that you have your face mask on. Also, remember to keep that 6 feet of social distancing between you and other families. And we also ask for the courtesy of families if you do not have someone showing in the ring that you allow room for those families that do have children showing. We do have this live streamed, so people are watching, so we need to be compliant with all the rules.
we get into our third division of showmanship, the first heat of it, things change up a little bit because of how tight the ages are in here. We're going to go ahead and keep 3 out of this deal. We're going to keep the 2 young ladies here and the boy in the orange up front. They all 3 do a really nice job. I'll talk to the young man in green. I'm not talking these quite as much as I normally would, but due to everything going on this year, we're just going to try to keep things a little more limited. But we're going to bring those 3 back for our finals. Thank you.
Next in the ring, we have our 14-year-olds, Braylon Davis, Maggie Slagle, Jamie Stiles, Alexis Taylor, Ella Walling, Drew Weymouth, Macy Young.
Another very nice class of showmen out here. We're going to keep 2 out of this division. I think them 2 kind of rise to the top pretty handedly, and then there's some give and take on through there. So we're just going to keep 2 out of here. It's going to be the young lady here and what I'll call the blue and white paisley shirt, and the young man on the very end. Thank you.
All right, next in the ring, we're going to do our intermediate showmanship drive with our 13-year-olds and 14-year-olds.
Out here in this finals, I think it gets really interesting. There's two that come out here with a ton of intensity and a ton of drive among them. They've got sheep that come out and set. They got sheep they can make drive uphill and look good. And it comes down to the two boys down here on this end. We're gonna go ahead and use the boy in the blue, even though he don't have him set right now. But we're gonna go ahead and use him to win this division. He brings this sheep out here. He brought him out in class, and he came back out here in division with a lot of intensity, a lot of drive about him. Gets that sheep set and propped to the best of his ability about every time. Young man, I'm going to go ahead and use for second. I have that sheep a little stretched out right now, but I'll tell you, in class earlier when he brought him out here, and I first thought, wow, he's stretching him too far. But then when he lays a drive at him, even with him being stretched like that, when he lays that drive at him, that sheep really excels and runs uphill and looks good. That young man does a nice job. When it comes down to third, fourth, and fifth, I think it gets really tight among the three girls on exactly how you want to line them up, how you want to take them. We kept the two out of that one division. I couldn't get them to move their switches and show the fronts as much as I would like, but they did a really good job out here in finals. We're going to go ahead and use the young lady in the black shirt here, third in this division. She does a really good job. Has a sheep that, doesn't really have a big old stout skeleton to stand on, but she does her best to get the most out of that sheep at all times. We're going to come back and use it's okay, I'll call it Paisley, shirt for fourth. She does a really nice job with the lamb. She keeps him square. She keeps his head up and does a real nice job handling that lamb at all times. Young lady in the yellow is going to be fourth. I just caught you just a tick out of line, just a tick on your movements as I went around the front end, just a tick slow, but a really good job out here in this division. Thank you.
Okay, the winner of our intermediate showmanship goes to Drew Weymouth. Second place goes to Carl Larson. Third place goes to Zoe Workman. Fourth place goes to Jamie Stiles. And fifth place goes to Gabriana Jurgens. Next in the ring, we're going to start our our senior showmanship division with our 15-year-olds. We have Zoe Ballard, Abby Getz, and Jeffrey Springer.
We've got a big senior group today, and the way things are, change of life since the middle of March and all that. We're only going to keep one out of here and not take anywhere from the other two, but I think there's one out here that really excels. The young lady with the blue sheep, she came out here head up, not just the sheep, but her too, ready to go, a lot of intensity, ready to rock, and she has that slam set at all times and does a really nice job. You other two just need to be a little quicker and a little smoother in what you do. Just stuff it'll come with time. Just be sure them sheep are a little bit more broke at home. Practice switching sides. Everybody did a nice job switching sides coming around, but I'm pretty sure the blue sheep's been led that way a time or two before. Just be sure you do all that homework at home and have them ready to go. Thank you.
Next in the ring, we have our 16-year-olds, Thomas Edwards, Paige Phillips, Brady Andrus, and Ian Olson.
We're going to go ahead out of this heat. We're going to keep the two young men here at the black shirts in the back. Not taking anything away from the young man we're going to release, but he's just not as comfortable with his sheep. the sheep wants to act, and every time he tries to get a foot set, the sheep goes ahead and moves another. And it's a team sport. You gotta work together. And some days it's the sheep, some days it's you. But the sheep's just a little antsy for some reason right now. But we're going to bring these two back in the final division. Thank you.
Next in the ring, we're going to have our first heat of 17-year-olds. We have Caitlin Hack, Alyssa Lambert, Logan Phillips, Savannah Rogers, and Andrew Ryan.
Wow. This age group must be the age group that they all determined they really want to come out here and drive and win this deal. Um, there's three out here that are really, but they're different styles. They have different ways about getting them shown, but they do a really good job. The two ladies here, not to take anything away from you, you guys do a really nice job. It's just the three up here in front of you have a desire and determination today that I don't know where they got it from or why, but when they stepped in that ring, I mean, all three of them had my attention right away. And it just was, they came out, and when they're sticking them, like I said, they all three have a little different style, but they all three get the job done in the ending result. I know we've been asked to try to limit it to two, but in this division or heat here, I'm going to keep all three of you up front. Come back out, and we'll see how things shake out in the end. Thank you.
All right, next in the ring, we have our second heat of 17-year-olds. Victoria Tillman, Caitlin Dietrich, Peyton Seary, Austin Tien, and Aubrey Workman. Just a reminder in the bleachers that it is required this year for everyone to wear a face mask on all Ohio fairgrounds. Also, we need to make sure that we're washing our hands, and we can use the hand sanitizer frequently. There's hand washing stations located around the fairgrounds, and you can find hand sanitizer in all of the porta-johns. Also, we ask when your child had finished showing that you please exit the bleachers to allow other family members to watch their children. You may sit with your own family members, however, please keep 6 feet away from other families in the bleachers, and it is important that the bleachers are at a 50% capacity. Thank you for helping us abide by these rules this year.
Another nice, another nice class of showmen out here. We're going to keep 2 out of this division. We're going to keep the 2 in the middle to come back for our finals. The other 2 do a nice job. It's just every now and then your feet aren't set, or you get a tick out of line, or whatever it is. Just be sure we're keeping these sheep as straight as you can in line, and keep their feet set, and try to keep a drive in them. But for the majority, we're at a market lamb event, so driving muscles what it's about, trying to excel and extenuate as much as you can. But we're going to bring the 2 in the middle back. Thank you.
Next in the ring is our 18-year-olds. This will be the final class in our senior age groups. So we have for 18-year-olds Taylor Edwards, Alice Foreman, Madison Waddle, and Joel Clark. Following this class, we will compete for our overall senior showman.
in our final class here, I think we got two that are that kind of excel to the top and are going to come back in the finals and represent their age group extremely well. It's going to be the two on this end. They're going to come back. The two young ladies up front, I'd like to see them head and neck just stay a little more straight up and down to the body and come out of their shoulder more natural. Sheep that they get them square on all fours, but we could just really change their skeleton and their top shape by just moving that back. And like I said earlier, I mean, it's showmanship's all about presenting your sheep and making your sheep look the best it can in the ring. So just a few little things they might be able to do to excel them sheep farther later on. Thank you.
Next in the ring, we're going to have our championship drive for our senior showmen with our 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, and 18-year-olds. This is going to be a bigger class, you guys. Make sure you keep your social distancing. You're going to do the full circle around the ring, and you have the full show ring, so all the way to the concrete, so don't feel like you need to bunch up. Remember, we're keeping everything head to tail, no side by side. For those of you that are joining us in the show arena, just so you know, tonight at 5:30 we will have our county born and raised lamb show. Those are all lambs that were born here in Clark County. So please come back and join us for that this evening at 5:30. Or if you're live streaming, we'll be back at 5:30 with our county born and raised show.
Clark County, put your hands together for these senior showmen. I was fortunate enough to do this show last year. It was on Sunday. And I'll tell you what, some of these kids remember, because this senior deal has really stepped their game up. I commend you all for that. Some faces I remember and recognize from last year, some faces I don't. But I'll be honest, last year on the way home, my wife and I, we talked about the beginners and the juniors and showmanship and how stout they were. Well, I'm going to tell you, some of you seniors really stepped it up this year, and you come out and you got the drive and pizzazz and intensity that it takes to get one driven and shown. With that being said, I made a comment earlier, and I kind of apologize with COVID-19 or Corona, whatever you want to call it. I wasn't as interactive with the kids today as I normally would have been. Everybody's got to handle that situation in their own way, and I had just made my mind up on the way over today with talking to my daughter that rode with me. You know, just it's bad. It's a bad deal. But normally, you know, especially the younger kids, I really try to dive in and talk to them and make them feel comfortable. And I hope they still were comfortable today. But it's just, it's a changing world we live in. And nobody has an idea how it's going to end up and all that. But just to, you know, accept change the best we can and go on. But I do want to commend you guys for stepping that game up this year. I mean, last year I couldn't have had 10 out here that were this competitive. So very good job on that. We take showmanship at our house extremely serious, especially in the sheep project, but in any project. I've got a 12-year-old that has finally kind of figured it out. He's been showing since he was 3, and he couldn't show his wet pepper bag until this year. He's kind of finally figured it out and got that drive and determination that it takes. I've got a 15-year-old that can flat stick one. And a lot of it is work at home and work at home and work at home. Because when they come to the fair, if it's their first time out or their 20th time out, they're going to see something new. You never know how they're going to act. You know, I'm guessing 95% of these sheep in this barn have never seen a person with a mask on before. That's different to them. Anything they see different, they're no different human being. So expose them at home to anything you might see at a county fair. With that being said, I think there's all 10 of these are pretty good showmen. I'd use any of them at a jackpot any day. But I think there's 5 that excel them way to the top. We're going to try, if this microphone will let me, put a little more pizzazz into this show today for these seniors. There's one. They come out here, they have that sheep set, they have that sheep driving. When they're walking, they make sure that sheep's moving right at all times. They change the speed up every now and then, but they do a really nice job. And your champion senior showman is right here. Not loud. The second hole, and just keep them where they're at. Don't worry about moving up. I know the 5 I'm going to. The second one, it probably got maybe a little closer between 2. And I'm going to go, I've said it's preference, it's style. There's one that does everything more my way, more the way that we teach at home. One that you really got to appreciate the calmness, but yet she still stays intense, and that's right here. We get to the third hole, and he came out in class, and he told me in class, this is my division. Came out in division, and he kind of relaxed a little bit. And them 2 girls really caught it and went on. Not to take anything away from him, he does a really good job. Every now and then he lets that sheep relax his top a little bit and just get a little lower behind the shoulder. But a young man does a really nice job and has him put together at all times right here in the black. We come down to the 4th spot, and there's a lot more give and take here. These two do a really good job, a really solid job. One does something that is just a pet peeve of mine, but it works. And if it works for him, it might be the one that works for that sheep. And that's going to be the young man here in the green. I just can't. You would have moved way up, but jerking that neck to pop that front end. I mean, lay your hand down there, do something. Maybe that's the only way that you can get that sheep's attention. But I'd just really like to see you reach down there and help him elevate himself and jerk that neck. But you do a really fine job. You get a lot of drive out of that little guy. The fifth one out here came out in class. I thought, here we go. Sheep acted up a little bit in class. Came out here in the drive. They do a really good, solid job. Just never got that sheep exactly to where I think they're capable and where they could have. That's going to be the young lady with the blue right here.
Okay, our senior showmanship winner goes to Logan Phillips. Second place goes to Taylor Edwards. Third place goes to Thomas Edwards. Fourth place goes to Andrew Ryan. And fifth place goes to Alyssa Lambert. Thank you, everyone, for coming out and showing today. We'll see you tonight at 5:30 for our County Born and Raised Lamb Show. Attention in the show barn. We'd like to welcome you to our 2020 County Born and Raised Market Lamb Show. We'll be starting our evening off with our Class 1 here in just a few minutes. I want to get some announcements out of the way before we actually bring those kids into the ring. Plus, we have a pig show going on and we have some conflicts, so I am stalling just a tad bit for some kids that are trying to show in the pig barn. First off this evening, we'll get with our COVID-19 announcements. Welcome to the 2020 Clark County Fair. We are happy to have you here. We know that this year's fair looks a little different, but thank you for still coming out and supporting our youth at the livestock shows. Thank you to the Clark County Combined Health District for their guidance and support in helping to put on a successful 2020 Clark County Fair. We do have a few housekeeping items for all fair goers to keep in mind. Please remember to maintain social distancing and keep 6 feet away from others. Keep at least a cow's length apart, like our yellow sign says. Wear your mask. Remember, it is now a requirement that you wear a mask on all Ohio fairgrounds. Wash your hands and use hand sanitizer frequently. Hand washing stations can be located around the fairgrounds, and you can find hand sanitizer in the porta-johns. If anyone here is sick or feeling sick, we ask that you please go home. It is important now more than ever, no food or drinks in the barns or show arenas. Stay hydrated, but please exit the barn or show arena when eating or drinking. The bleachers are sanitized with bleach cleaning solution 3 times per day. Please use caution and make sure the bleachers are dry before sitting. We ask that when your child has finished showing, please exit the bleachers to allow other families to watch their children. You may sit with your own family members, however, please keep 6 feet away from other families in the bleachers. It is important that the bleachers are at 50% capacity. If you would like to watch the remainder of the show after your child has finished showing, most of our shows are being live streamed, and you can find that information on the Clark County Fair website and Facebook page. We hope you enjoy the show. I'd like to introduce our judge for today. Today's judge is Ryan Roberts, currently resides in Falmouth, Indiana with his wife and 2 kids who show sheep, cattle, and boar goats competitively at the local, state, and national levels. They maintain a small group Hereford cattle and sheep flock. He grew up in Franklin County, Indiana, where he has a 10-year member of 4-H and showed sheep, cattle, and swine. He is employed by Commercial Concepts A1, a boar stud based out of Needmore, Pennsylvania. As a family, they are also big supporters of the National FFA organization. Can we please give Ryan a big round of applause for coming out today? I'd also like to take this time to thank some sponsors, some special sponsors we have this year that donated some money so that we could live stream our show. We have Tizwiz, Outdoor Edge Landscape Management, Delaney Plumbing and Heating, Clem Farms, Kent's Feed Barn, and Workman Family Farm Club Lambs. We'd like to give them all a special thank you for helping make it possible for us to be able to live stream tonight. Okay, we're going to get started with Class 1, lambs weighing 95 to 105. Coming into the ring, we have Jed Mershon, Colton Mershon, Caitlin Diedrich, Macy Young, and Maggie Slagle. Just a reminder to all the exhibitors coming in their ring, we're going to keep our lambs head to tail tonight. We're going to do a big circle around the ring. You're going to come around the announcer stand, and then you're going to go back by the wooden bleachers and line your lambs up.
Really nice set of lightweight lambs to start this market lamb off with. We're going to start with a really long bodied, long necked, high elevated type of sheep. This ewe really gets out and moves nice, floats around the ring decent. When you get your hands on her, you really appreciate how much rack shape and top shape there really is in this ewe. Very nice place to start the class off with. The power sheep of the class comes out in second. A sheep you've got to really appreciate the meat, muscle, and the overall cutability of this lamb. But a lamb that just don't have enough grow and go at this weight, they still got to have a little bit of room to grow and put a little more condition on. This sheep's about done in its framework. A very nice power sheep, just not enough look and style and design to go higher today. We got a really unique ewe here in the third hole. A ewe you really like her style and design up to the front end. You get to the back, she wants to drop from her hooks to her pins a little bit, get a little less leg back there. But a ewe that really fits that third hole nicely compared to the contemporaries above her. The blue sheep coming out in fourth. We had a little young man just came from the dairy show, got in here late. Has a really nice project here that just needs more time on feed, and just this sheep will keep on coming, along with the fifth place sheep, same way, guys. Just go home, feed a little harder, get a little more meat and muscle in them. Thank you.
Okay, the winner of Class 1 goes to Caitlin Diedrich, and her lamb was bred by Dave and Jill Rowe. Second place goes to Macy Young, and hers breeder is Haley Klim. Third place goes to Maggie Slagle, with her breeder being Randy Helt. Fourth place goes to Colton Mershon, his breeder Randy Helt, and Jed Mershon got fifth place, and his breeder is Randy Helt. Next in the ring, we have Class 2 with lambs weighing 109 to 111.
got a really nice set of ewe lambs to start this market class off on the front end of this class. Two lambs you really got to appreciate their length of body, their length, their length of neck. They really want to run uphill. And as you come back through them, there's plenty of meat and muscle and product all the way down through them, all the way from starting up their rack, all the way down their top, down into their leg. The one that comes out first just puts it all together in a little neater package for me. She's a little tighter up in that chest floor, and she really gets around the ring. She really wants to trot and look real good on the move. The ewe in second, where I'm going to fault her is just she wants to get a little bit deeper in her chest floor, start showing a little bit of maturity there, and she just don't get out in stride like the one in front of you. You come down to the next pair of ewes. I thought it got very tight between them two ewes too. They're very similar type and kind. And it came down to overall handle amongst them. The ewe in third handles more fresh, more crisp down her top, more like the ewes ahead of her in this class. And when you get your hands on her, she's just tighter and firmer than the 4U. Not taking anything away from 4U, that's really good. But she wants to get just a little off in that hip structure compared to the 3 ahead of her. The ewe coming out here in fifth, you really got to like how straight line, how straight top she is. She really comes off into the dock really straight and everything. She just loses some shape and some overall dimension and curvature throughout her body for this market lamb class today. The two blue sheep, it just comes down to some structural issues on them. They find themselves down here. Just they're not structurally sound and not structurally smooth. Two sheep that are very good projects for these young men. They just need to be a little more stouter on their structure. Thank you.
First in class 2 goes to Taylor Workman. Her breeders are Zach and Heather Workman. Second place goes to Paige Phillips. Her breeders are Dave and Jill Rowe. Third place goes to Zoe Workman. Her breeders are Zach and Heather Workman. Fourth place goes to Aubrey Workman. Her breeders, Zach and Heather Workman. And fifth place goes to Brendan Slagle, his breeder, Randy Helt. Next in the ring, we have class 3 with lambs weighing 113 to 118.
Yeah, here in class three, and I think we find a real logical place to start this class. A weather that comes to you really bold off the get go, really gets around the ring, really sound type of sheep. A sheep, if I'm going to change this sheep, I want to just level him just a little bit across that top. But when you get your hands on that sheep, that's actually a slab of muscle down there, down that top. So you can't be real critical of that. A really nice place to start this class off with. Gets real tight, these two U's for a second. I'm going to go ahead and use the one that's a little more structurally correct. The U that's a little sounder. And when you get your hands on her, she just don't quite have the condition that the U in third has. The U in third might be handling just a little extra condition. But a really nice U to follow our class one in the weather. A U you really love her overall extension through that front end and how tucked she is up in that chest floor and comes back with enough power and mass to follow him. The power sheep of the class is in third. He definitely, when you get your hands on him, there's a lot there, but you also run your hand down that rib. He's wanting to lay in quite a bit of fat. He's wanting to fill in that chest floor and drop in a little bit already as maturity. And he just don't get around the ring. I don't know if he's hurt or what, but he just don't get around the ring in a sound enough package for me, and that's what stuck him in the third hole today. Really logical place for this sheep standing here in fourth. A sheep that, again, really neat up to that front end, really clean in his overall style and design. A sheep that just needs more foot and mass and bone to compete with the ones above him today. You get down here to a pair of blue sheep at the end, a sheep that, again, aren't as big-footed, stout-made, stout-structured as the sheep ahead of him, but where the one coming out in fifth exceeds over the one in sixth is overall body condition. That one that really handles good across that rib, got the right amount of fat laid into him, where the one coming out in sixth is definitely the heaviest covered sheep in the class. Thank you.
The winner of Class 3 goes to Paige Phillips. Her breeders are Dave and Jill Rowe. Second place goes to Jeffrey Springer. His breeders Jeremy Best. Third place goes to Cooper Best. His breeders Jeremy Best. Fourth place goes to Colton Mershon. His breeders Randy Helt. And fifth place goes to Gabriana Jurgens. Her breeder is Daryl Reese. Next in the ring, we have Class 4, lambs weighing 119 to 121. Class 4 is in the ring right now. I just wanted to make everyone aware, after Class 6, we have 12 classes tonight, and after Class 6, we're going to announce our new royalty for the 2020 4-H year. So we just wanted to let you know that after Class 6, we will announce the royalty for 2020.
They call this a market lamb show, but we are in a show ring. So you got to combine the market and the show. And I'm telling you, this young man, he brings me one that's just presented to a T, styled up, pretty, just really neat in her make, and style, and design. Can you put more mass in this one? Yeah, you definitely could. But it's hard to put one together in that nice, neat of a package and still have the mass she's got. Where she excels to the top is on the move. I'll be honest, when they came in, I didn't get to see those two move quite as much as I did the rest of them, and all it took was a few steps. That one really gets out and moves, really neat in her design. Every time you look at her, the young man's got her presented in a neat fashion. Very nice place to start this class off with. Probably the one when you get your hands on and talk power is probably the second place sheep. A sheep that's not put together quite nice, neat in a package, gives up a little structure, but a sheep, and especially on the move, and that's what really got this sheep put in the second hole, was he wants to struggle a little bit off that move compared to the class winner. A sheep gets around plenty fine enough, but a sheep, when you hit the show ring, you want him to really get out flat move, and this one just don't quite do it to the extent that he needs to be to win this class. A really nice second place sheep there the young lady has. It gets really tight when you get down here in the third and fourth holes. You got, excuse me, you got a really powered up blue sheep coming out in the fourth hole, but you got a sheep that is really neat up to that front end, really tucked up tight in that chest floor. Just don't have quite the power and design when you get right behind them. But a sheep you really got to appreciate comes out of that tight chest floor and swoops down into a big old rib shape, a lot of shape from that rack all the way through the center portion of the body and carries it through the flank. I thought a more logical place to go for my third. The blue sheep hit me hard when the class first came in, but as you start analyzing this sheep and look at this sheep, he's shorter necked, he's bigger in his blade, and more mature in that front end, and that's what really got him down to the fourth hole. But when you get your hands on this sheep, there's a lot of natural meat and muscle in that sheep you really got to appreciate. If you were talking about taking a truckload up into the packer, that's flat the one. But at this time, like I said, we're coming into a show ring. We got to put everything together in one package, and he just don't quite do that up through the front 1/3 of his body. Sheep coming out in fifth, a sheep that just loses some overall style and design to run with the ones ahead of him. A ewe lamb you really got to like for her overall top shape. She comes out of that rack. She has a whole lot of shape down that top. She just don't put it together structurally good enough for me to go any higher. We got the two sheep over here in sixth and seventh. Two sheep that you could flip flop either way you want. I'm gonna go ahead and use the young lady in the sixth spot. That sheep's probably a little on the verge of being over conditioned. But a sheep, you really got to appreciate that look. When she gets that sheep set, there's a lot of meat and muscle in that sheep that you got to appreciate. The sheep coming out in seventh, and young man, you hit a buzzsaw of the class. I mean, there's classes this sheep would have been second, third in class. A sheep that his biggest concern to me is he's so loose hide and wrinkly. I'd really like to tighten up that hide, and that might just make him a whole lot prettier all the way through his body. Thank you.
First place in Class 4 goes to Garrett Phillips, his breeder, Zach and Heather Workman. Second place goes to Caitlin Diedrich, her breeder, Dave and Jill Rowe. Third place goes to Caitlin Diedrich, her breeders, Dave and Jill Rowe. Fourth place goes to Jamie Stiles, her breeder, Jay and Amy Stiles. And fifth place goes to Cooper Best, his breeder, Jeremy Best. Next in the ring, we have Class 5 with lambs weighing 122 to 124.
Took a little extra time on the top five here. There's some give and take in this class. Some really nice sheep all the way through the class. There's just some give and take. You got to kind of figure some things out. We're going to go ahead and use the smallest frame sheep in this class to go ahead and win it. He fits all the bills, but his framework as far as size. He really runs uphill nice. He's long enough in his front end. He really comes to you as a power sheep. You get your hands on him. He's tight. He's firm. And he's all authentic there. I mean, this young man must have him on a heck of an exercise program and really doing his homework at home. If I was going to change his sheep, I'd make him a notch bigger in his overall frame. I mean, I'll be honest, on the pair of sheep, both of them up here in the front, I'd like to see him just a tick taller at that front of the shoulder and all the way back. But two sheep that are really powerful. And like I said, you get your hands on this sheep and he comes to you tight height. He comes to you all the way big down, all the way at top and really into a hind leg that really stout and powerful. Not to take anything away from a really good, well-designed silver sheep here in the second hole, but a sheep that just got overmassed on the overall handle and overall design today, but a sheep you really got to appreciate. He just kind of fits that second hole the best for me today. When we come past the second, it gets a little tougher here amongst these other three. You got a little different types and kinds. I felt the one that hit the third hole followed in type and kind, followed our class winner in second a little better. A sheep you really got to appreciate the overall mass and structure and bone work on this sheep. A sheep that could be a little longer neck like the two ahead of him, but a sheep you really got to appreciate when you get your hands on that sheep. Comes down to third or fourth and fifth, two sheep that when they first hit the ring, I thought, here we go, we got something. You get to analyzing these sheep, and they just get a little narrow based for me. That's where 4 comes over 3. He's a little wider based. He's a little more blown apart from front to rear, and he carries himself through the lower 1/3 of his body a little better, down from flank to flank and across his top. A sheep, when you handle him, you really appreciate the meat and muscle. Just not as much power as the sheep ahead of him today. The sheep in fifth, you've got to commend this sheep for how tight he's up that front 1/3 through that chest floor, but he don't drop much rib cage. He don't drop much flank all the way through, and just gets a little skinny for me as it goes in a deep class. Young man's blue sheep, really tall, extended. I'd love to see my class winners with this kind of framework, but a sheep that just gets overpowered in this class of overall mass today from front to rear. Young lady comes out with the sheep with the wool cap. You really appreciate the style and design of this sheep, really level top, really gets out and moves well. But when you get in a class like this with that much meat and potatoes and mass above them, you just fall to the bottom. Sorry.
The winner of Class 5 goes to Andrew Ryan. His breeders are Zach and Heather Workman. Second place goes to Taylor Edwards. Her breeders Jay and Amy Stiles. Third place goes to Madison Waddle. Her breeders Chris and Stuart Waddle. Fourth place goes to Paige Phillips. Her breeders Dave and Jill Rowe. And fifth place goes to Brady Andrus. His breeders are Zach and Heather Workman. Next in the ring, we have Class 6 with lambs weighing 125 to 126. Following this class, we will announce our royalty for 2020.
really, really a challenging, really, really a challenging class to me. These came out here, and just I'll be honest, not one of them just like struck me when they hit the ring. Most classes we've had one or two kind of hit me pretty hard. The one that hit me the hardest, going to go ahead and win the class. When she first came out here, she lacks some things, but when you get to really analyzing this one, she probably puts everything together in the neatest package. If I'm going to change this one, I'm going to be a little tough on a class winner. If I'm going to change this one, I'm definitely going to stout her up from the ground up in her bone work. I'm going to lift her front end and extend that front end quite a bit. But as far as body shape and make of one, you can't put one together much better than that. The way she's made from that front shoulder on back, one that kind of gets there just by default about having all the pieces and parts in the right places and lined up. With that being said, I'll say my top three are really pushing the edge of condition for me. Two of them being Ewes, and that's just part of maturity and age of them. But the Weather comes out in second. I think he does the second best of putting everything together in the right way, in the right shape. A lamb that really moves really neat around the ring. He just, again, I'd like to lift him up in that chest floor, trim him up all the way up in his front 1/3. But when you really appreciate when you get behind him and see the massive lower leg this lamb has, I think he was a logical place to go in this class for second. Ewe lamb in third, probably could have moved up a little closer in the top two, but a ewe that really wants to pop in that loin quite a bit, especially on the move. A ewe that, like the contemporaries above her, she probably is the most elevated, but she's so broad in that front end. I like to trim her up through that blade a little bit and just make her a little more designful down her top and all the way towards her back third. Probably the trouble sheep in the class for me is the 4 sheep. That's a sheep that is elevated. That is the sheep that's tight up through that front 1/3 and really tighten that chest floor, carries enough rib shape. But a sheep, when you get your hands on them, even though condition-wise is probably the best, there's just not as much product when you get your hands on that sheep. And when you get behind that sheep, there's not as much mass and power as the 3 above them. The Weather coming out in fifth, that gave the young lady some fits. He kind of fits the bill on that top 3 a little better than the blue sheep, but a sheep that, again, wants to pop his top a little bit, not get out and move as freely and easily as those above him. We got 2 sheep down here towards the end that just the sheep coming out in the 6th hole really puts herself together nicely, but wants to get a little weak behind that front shoulder, wants to swoop her top a little bit, isn't this square and neat coming out of her dock as I'd like to see. And the one coming out in the 7th hole, I'd once again like to elevate in that front 1/3 and make her run more uphill than downhill.
Okay, the winner of Class 6 goes to Jamie Stiles. Her breeder is Jay and Amy Stiles. Second place goes to Gina Stiles, and her breeder is Jay and Amy Stiles. Third place goes to Alexandra Waddle. Her breeders, Chris and Stuart Waddle. Fourth place goes to Gina Stiles, her breeders, Jay and Amy Stiles. And fifth place goes to Dixie Waddle, her breeders, Chris and Stuart Waddle. Next, we're going to introduce some royalty. And typically we hand them the mic and we let them say some stuff, but with COVID-19, I can't hand them the mic since it's got my germs on it and I don't have any way to clean it. So, our 2019 Lamb Princess is Abigail Getz. And what is your favorite thing about being the 2019 Lamb Princess? Being able to go to different fairs and represent Clark County. And Taylor Edwards is our 2019 Miss Lamb and Wool Queen. And what is your favorite thing about being the 2019 Lamb and Wool Queen? Helping everybody show their lambs in the ring. And then our contestants for 2020 for Lamb Princess, we have Taylor Workman, Gabrielle McNear, and Kylie Locke. Those are our 3 candidates for the Lamb Princess, and our winner for 2020 is going to be Kylie Locke. And Kylie goes to South Vienna Middle School. Then our 2020 Miss Lamb and Wool Queen is going to go to Logan Phillips. And Taylor goes to school at, Logan goes to school at Global Impact STEM Academy. So congratulations to all of our past 2019 royalty and all of our 2020 candidates and our queens. Thank you. Next in the ring, we're going to have Class 7 with lambs weighing 127 to 129. At this time, I'd like to take the opportunity to say a special thank you to some of our sponsors this year. These were some additional sponsors that we got to help with the expenses of the live streaming. Tizwiz, Outdoor Edge Landscape Management, Delaney Plumbing and Heating, Clem Farms, Kent's Feed Barn, and Workman Family Farm Club Lambs. We want to say a special thank you to all of them that helped make it possible for us to be able to stream the show to all those who aren't able to come to the fair this year. Also, just a reminder while you're out here visiting the fair this year that it is a requirement that you wear a face mask on the Ohio Fairgrounds. So just a reminder about that. And also a reminder that we need to keep 6 feet social distancing even between families, even when we're in the bleachers. And we need to make sure that our bleachers are at 50% capacity.
First off, I want to say congratulations to the queens and princesses that got named for the 2020 deal. I know they didn't do that last year. If they did, I forget. Um, something that probably would have already been done this year, and with things changing, that was kind of neat to be able to do that right here at the show when there was a nice crowd around. Maybe they did it at a different show last year, or like I said, I may have forgot. We come out. We come out here after intermission, and I'll tell you, we bring two out here that really came to play today. We're going to start the class with one that really elevates himself, really makes himself look cool. You get your hands on this sheep, you're not disappointed at all. I mean, is he right on 12 o'clock today? I'm going to say he might be 12:01. You know, that sheep's got just a little bit extra cover for me, but he's one that's still firm and puts it all together in the right package. Really neat up to that front end, really carries it down his top, lays into the lower leg, and where he excels over the second place sheep, because not taking anything away from a really tight handling big top second placeman, is when you get right down that twist. From this angle right here, you can flat see it. He really carries down that lower leg really deep, inner and outer. One you really got to appreciate for his overall style, design, meat, muscle. The total package is right there. But the one coming out in second, I mean, when he hit the class, I thought, here we go. And then I just kept analyzing that other one and just seeing how much the other one was just a little better in every aspect. You know, this sheep, not to take anything away from a really, really good one, he's just not tucked up quite like the one that won the class on the chest floor. He's not quite as deep in that twist. But one you really love through that center portion of his body, that rib cage, the way he swoops back into that flank. You know, we show all summer in Indiana, and compared to Ohio, Indiana really has no rules. You know, we can use paint, we can do whatever, and we leave, and a lot of people leave flank wool and belly wool on. This is one. I mean, if he was in our barn, that flank would have been off early because you need to show everybody he don't need it. It's there. That flank's there. It's full. A really, really nice second place sheep, young lady. The sheep coming out in third, he fits the third spot in style design of the two ahead of him. It gets really tight between him and the blue sheep. Yeah, he's got more shag and it looks pretty on him. But when you look and study the foot all the way up to the bone work, there's more structure, there's more bone work on that sheep than there is the blue sheep in fourth. When you get your hands on that sheep, from this angle right here, it looks like, okay, maybe the blue sheep is a little stouter. When you get your hands on that sheep, he's not as tight, firm as the package, but a sheep that definitely does have some rack shape in him, comes back into a nice big loin, and carries himself just as deep as the two ahead of him in that twist. The blue sheep falls to the fourth hole on the structure, but when you get right on that sheep, he don't blow apart the center portion of his body and have that rib shape, style, and design as the ones above him. These two young men down here in the fifth and sixth spots, I mean, they brought really nice, comfortable sheep that in other classes would have hit them top fives and been up higher. You hit a buzzsaw of a class today. We got the sheep coming out here in fifth. You really appreciate the overall doability of this sheep. He, like the ones above him, comes down his top really nice, square level, and carries himself down a nice lower leg. The one coming out in sixth just wants to get a little heavier in that chest floor, a little lower in that chest floor, and don't carry it all the way through the hind quarter.
First place in Class 7 goes to Logan Phillips, her breeders, Workman Family Farms. Second place goes to Gabby McNear, her breeders, Zach and Heather Workman. Third place goes to Alice Foreman, her breeders, Zach and Heather Workman. Fourth place goes to Abby Getz, her breeders, Jay and Amy Stiles. And fifth place goes to Braylon Davis, his breeder, Dale Reese. Next in the ring, we're going to have Class 8 with lambs weighing 130 to 132. He wants you to make a full circle, keep going all the way around the ring. Just another reminder in the ring that we must remember to wear our masks, as it is now a requirement for all Ohio fairgrounds, and we must keep that 6 feet social distancing between other families when we sit in the bleachers, and it is important for us to keep our bleachers at 50% capacity. We do thank you for your compliance in these rules.
another nice, neat class here at the Clark County Youth Deal to evaluate. We're going to start class off, and I've got to say, this class is 7 deep. I mean, we haven't had a class, in my opinion, go from top to bottom as deep as this class. We had one there a little while ago that had a lot of give and take in it, but as far as quality of animals, this one goes 7 deep. We're going to start the class off with the one that I think most logically just sets everything together. One that when you put this one in motion, maybe I'd like to see him get out and just stride a little freer and easier than what he does. But one that really is really high in that chest floor, really upheaded and extended, comes down that top with all kinds of meat and muscle, lays into that leg nicely. One that really style and design wise is put together really, really neatly. The one coming out in second is probably the one that hit me coming into class the hardest. But when you get to analyze him against our class winner, he just don't level himself out across that hip and don't keep the power up there in his pin set that the one above him does. But one that really fits the bill for that second hole in a really deep class very nicely. One, if we're going to change him other than that pin set a little bit, maybe just trim a little bit off that front brisket. But one you really got to appreciate and really fits that second hole logically to me. Maybe the trouble in this class was right here in my 3 and 4 pair. I went with the blue weather, one that follows my class winner in second place a little bit more in style and design. One that for a blue sheep, folks, you really got to appreciate this one's mass and muscle that he's got in him. They either kind of got it or they don't. And this one flat comes to you bold through his rib shape, carries it on back through his hip. One that you'd like to maybe put together in a prettier package, especially in that back 1/3, but one that really fits this third hole nicely in his class. The ewe coming out here in fourth, a ewe that if I could tighten her skin up, make her a little prettier package that way, one that might be able to move into that third or possibly even second hole, but one that, to me, she needs to be a tick framier, a tick taller in this class. One thing in the sheep industry, we've gotten these sheep a little bit on the small side. I don't think we need big, huge ones, but this one we're getting into the mid 130s or wherever we're at now on weight. She could be a little more extended all the way around in her framework. Another nice sheep. You get down here to 5, 6, and 7, and you're flipping some coins on these guys. It comes down a lot to me on true handle here. This one probably has as much look and style and design as the bottom 3. When you get your hands on him, there's enough meat and muscle down that top. He wants to roach his top a little bit on the move, but one that fits the bill nicely. Your little spec sheep coming out in the 6th hole, laying just a little bit of cover on for me today. But when you really got to appreciate the overall style and design from the side profile, you get behind him, and there's still some thickness there. One that I love is bone work. He may not be shaggy as some of them, but definitely big foot and big bone. And with that being said, the other one is the same way. I mean, that's what I said. This class went 7 deep. Young man's got a really good 7th place lamb here. You just can't take nothing away from what's ahead of you. Thank you.
First place in Class 8 goes to Taylor Workman, her breeders Zach and Heather Workman. Second place goes to Paige Phillips, her breeders Dave and Jill Rowe. Third place goes to Madison Waddle, her breeders Chris and Stuart Waddle. Fourth place goes to Andrew Ryan, his breeder Casey Johnson. And fifth place goes to Alexandra Waddle, her breeders Chris and Stuart Waddle. Next in the ring we have Class 9 with lambs weighing 133 to 135. The judge likes you to make a complete circle if you guys can walk all the way around.
now, if I heard right, we're hitting the mid 130s now. A lot of really tough in this first pair up here. I think they very handily move themselves to the top, and I'll be the first one to admit if you want to stand along the fence and argue with these, I I think there's a lot of give and take in them, and it comes down flat to me on the handle. I'll be the first. I've talked I've talked a lot of structure today. We're going to give just a little bit of structure up. The limit wins the class. That's where I fault that sheep is he wants to get a little high in that top. The only thing does a really nice job trying to show that out of him, but it's there. But when you get your hands on that sheep, when she gets a brace on that sheep feels good. The first time I felt him, she really didn't even have a brace on him, and he felt good. Next couple of times, she really got a hard brace on that sheep, and there's a lot of mass and a lot of meat and hard product right there. When you really got to appreciate when you get your hands on him. Sheep that's plenty good enough up to that front end, carries everything down where he should. Where he excels the other one, to me, is he is higher up in that chest floor. He stands on a little more framework, and when you get flat behind him, there's just more raw product there, and he's a wider sheep from front to rear. The sheep coming out in second, you really got to appreciate the side profile, the style, the balance, everything on that sheep. When you get your hands on this sheep, really down that rib, he's really pushing a lot of cover down that rib, and that's what brings him into the second hole. But a very nice sheep stands second today. A sheep, like I said, on the side profile, he wins the class. But when you get right on him, get down the meat and potatoes, and get your hands on that sheep, he falls the second hole. Blue sheep coming out here in third. You really appreciate the overall style and design of this sheep. Once again, you get a sheep that I just like to structure him, making bigger from the ground up on a structure. A sheep that really carries himself very well down his top. A sheep compared to the four sheep, he might be a rib short compared to the four sheep, but that might be what balances him up over the four sheep so well. We fall into the four sheep. He follows the third sheep in type and kind. As I said, he's probably a rib longer. Wants to break a little bit where that loin and hip come together. But a sheep you really got to love for his overall extension, balance, and design, especially up to that front 1/3 of his body. We come down to two other sheep. The sheep coming out in the fifth hole, a sheep you really appreciate everything about this sheep. When you get your hands on him, he's loose-hided. There's a little bit of extra cover in the sheep, a sheep that you'd like to jack up in that front end and maybe level across that dock just a little bit for me today to go any higher. Young man comes out and does a really nice job holding on and doing the best of his ability of getting this sheep showed. Young man, once again, I mean, the sheep gets a little loose-hided, just don't carry himself as square and neat through the hind quarter of his body. Thank you.
Okay, first in class 9 goes to Alexandra Waddle, her breeders Chris and Stuart Waddle. Second place goes to Thomas Edwards, his breeders Jay and Amy Stiles. Third place goes to Thomas Edwards, his breeders Jay and Amy Stiles. Fourth place goes to Abby Getz, her breeders Jay and Amy Stiles. And fifth place goes to Alexis Taylor, her breeders Zach and Heather Workman. Next in the ring, we have Class 10 with lambs weighing 136 to 139. Please make a full circle all the way around the ring. This is class 10 in the ring. We do have 12 classes tonight, and then following our 12th class, we will have our overall championship drive for the Grand and Reserve County Born and Raised.
Another really stout class that come to us. Really good chested sheep to start this class. A sheep that when the young lady gets him set, he's got a lot of drive and desire. You get your hands on him, you really appreciate this sheep. You might want to give him just a little more out of that rack. He's just not quite popped in that rack yet. Part of that's maturity. Probably just isn't quite there yet. But a sheep that you really appreciate when you get your hands on him. Really interesting sheep in this class is the blue sheep. I'll be honest, I didn't find this sheep when I first walked around. And when I put my hands on this sheep the first time, as you all probably noticed, I took a step back and re-looked. This sheep handles just phenomenal. He just don't put everything together in quite of a neat enough package for me, especially on the move walking away. He wants to get just a tick outside of himself. But sheep is really square-hipped and one you really got to appreciate for everything. Got a whale of a sheep in third, folks. He's a good one. I'll flat tell you. But when you get your hands on this sheep's probably 2 weeks out. He 2 weeks ago, this sheep would have came in here, and so far from what I've seen, probably walked the show. But this sheep just isn't trim enough for me. You look at his front end, he's really wanting to bulge up through that brisket area. You want to come back, he's just not tucked enough for me in the chest floor. A sheep, you get your hands on him, there's a lot of meat, muscle, and product there, but there is a whole lot of fat cover on him. A sheep that's styled, designed really neatly. I wouldn't have no problem dragging him out of our show barn. But a sheep that, take him home, throw him on more protein, try to trim him up, he might be able to come back for you. I don't know. One I really do appreciate for his overall style, design, and look. When he hit the ring, he was the class winner. And the more I looked at him, and then you get your hands on him, and that just fits the bill right there for me. Very, very good sheep coming out of the third hole, but one I just can't move up due to those reasons. You got your wool cap sheep coming out here in fourth, a really long body level top type of sheep, a sheep that you just want to put a little more structure into. and maybe just be able to carry that sheep from his navel one back a little deeper through that flank. Young lady coming out in the fifth hole. We spoke in showmanship this morning. She had an unfortunate accident with her sheep, but hey, everybody give her a round of applause. She stuck with it. She brought her project to the county fair. This one just obviously didn't sound enough for me today. I know it's an injury, but a very good sheep that definitely hadn't affected him that much on growth.
The winner of Class 10 goes to Taylor Workman, her breeders Zach and Heather Workman. Second place goes to Gina Stiles, her breeders Jay and Amy Stiles. Third place goes to Logan Phillips, her breeders Workman Family Farms. Fourth place goes to Tessa Waddle, her breeders Chris and Stuart Waddle. And fifth place goes to Zachary Pansell, his breeders Jay and Amy Stiles. Next in the ring, we have Class 11 with lambs weighing 140 to 144. Please make a complete circle, go all the way around before you stop.
We get into some heavier weight lambs, and we get into another class. It was like one we had quite a bit earlier. There's a lot of give and take in this. There's a few different pairs, and it's a matter of where you want to go. We're going to start with a speckled face sheep. Really comes to you wide, bold, a lot of mass and power with this sheep. Does he put everything together in the nicest, neatest package? I think in this class he does enough uh, of that to run himself to the top. He definitely isn't in the coolest silhouette we've seen all day, but one that's got a lot of meat mass about him that runs himself to the top rather handedly due to that reason. A lot of give and take as you go on through the class. We got a ewe lamb in second that I really like her style. I really like the way she's made, how level she is out through that dock. When I first looked at this sheep, I thought, well, when I get my hands on her, she's going to be carrying extra condition. She's got a tick of extra condition, but not near enough to fault her for that heavily today. A ewe that really is nice and tucked up in her chest floor for this weight for her. One that really gets out, has a nice style, a nice look about her. One just don't have enough meat and mass and power to run with our class winner. One that really kind of hit me when they came in the ring, but when you get your hands on, you get a little softer feel about is this little specky type weather coming out here in third. He's one that he's got a lot of rib shape, a lot of mass at center portion of the body. I'd like to trim that up just a tick on him, take a little bit of belly off him. I like that swooping that belly. I'd like to take a little bit of that off, and that might help his top shape a little bit better and firm him up all the way down his top and down through his leg. Really neat style, cool design blue sheep that just gives up muscle and mass as we try to move her on up the line. One that probably, due to her color, you can't really tell. One, it is one of the heavier condition down that rib, but one you really got to appreciate for how level top she is, standing there like that on the move. You just never really get a bad look at that sheep. There's just not enough when you get right behind her. There's not enough power, and that's what falls into these other two sheep. They're really big, tall, extended type sheep, but they're sheep that just don't have enough power and swoop about their center portion of their body to move them on up today. But two very nice projects for you.
First place in Class 11 goes to Taylor Workman, her breeders Zach and Heather Workman. Second place goes to Madison Waddle, her breeders Chris and Stuart Waddle. Third place goes to Alice Foreman, her breeders Zach and Heather Workman. Fourth place goes to Kendall Goodbar, her breeders Chris and Stuart Waddle. And fifth place goes to Jamie Stiles, her breeders Jay and Amy Stiles. Next in the ring is Class 12. This is our final class. It is lambs weighing 147 to 168. Whatever works for you, but you need to be getting ready.
I think this is the last class of the day, and we sure didn't hurt no quality with our class winner here to come back. This one hit the ring, really hit me hard. I think when he comes back out in the drive, you're going to see from 95 pounders up to 158 or 60, whatever he is, and he's going to fit the bill. One, you get your hands on him, he's not too fat. He's laid right there in the rib shape, in the rib cage, the right amount of fat. One that for his weight, his maturity, his size, he's plenty elevated up to that front end, plenty long neck. One that just has a lot of meat and mass about him. One that's going to really hang on the rail nicely and yield a nice check for this young lady due to his growth pattern. Coming into the second hole, a sheep that probably follows him most in type and kind. A sheep wants to get soft in his top as he wants to relax his top, wants to get a little high in his twist when you get right behind him. But a sheep that really fits that second hole out here in style and overall design compared to our class winner. One that just didn't put together is quite neat and nicely as him, but one when you get your hands on him, when that boy has a brace on him, there's a lot of meat and muscle there. The big boy here in third, she said he won the big boy prize here at the fair at 168. A sheep that carries it very well. I've talked all today about elevating these sheep, making them bigger. I don't know that we need them this big. He's probably a frame score too big, or maybe 2 frame scores, but one for his size and his overall framework, he fills it out, he carries it well. You'd like to give him a little more when you come out from his pins and just fill him out in his rump with this weight. He should be more mature than what he is back there, but one you really got to like, really gets around the ring nicely, and she does a nice job with that big old boy. Got a really nice Suffolky weather coming here in fourth that I almost moved up. I really like this weather as far as style and design. Really level top, really nice and neat. Just needs more bone work from the ground up. We need to clean him up in his chest floor a little bit to get him higher today. But one you really got to appreciate his overall style and balance. We get into the sheep here towards the bottom. Just don't quite have the structure and the overall doability of the sheep above them. Sheep that want to get a little narrow through the center portion of their body and maybe through their hind wheels. But nice projects up here in this big heavy class.
Winner of Class 12 goes to Alyssa Lambert, her breeders, Workman Family Farms. Second place goes to Savannah Rogers, her breeders, Zach and Heather Workman. Third place goes to Savannah Rogers, her breeders, Zach and Heather Workman. Fourth place goes to Stephanie Getz, her breeders, Jay and Amy Stiles. And fifth place goes to Brady Andrus, his breeders, Zach and Heather Workman. We're going to get ready here for our champion drive so that we can name our overall grand champion county born and raised for 2020. We're going to talk to the judge, see how he wants us to bring these kids in before we get started here. All right, so here's going to be the game plan. You guys are going to come in, just like in your class orders, class 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're going to do a big circle all the way around the ring, just like you have been. But we're going to have classes 1 through 6. Once you do that big circle, you're going to start lining up on the side closest to the announcer stand with class 1 down there by our ring helper. And then we're going to have classes 7 through 12 on the side over by the wooden bleachers, with 7 down there by the outside going this way. Okay? Our ring people will help you. But first thing is big circle all the way around the ring, just like you have been doing. The winners of our county born and raised always get a director's chair. We had some debate this year, and all the kids that came to the sheep committee meeting said they really liked those and they wanted to keep it up. So that's what we're going to keep doing. So we have those director's chairs donated by Charlie and Tanya McNear. So we want to make sure to say thank you to them. But I guess it's a tradition here in Clark County, and the kids want to keep it up.
First off, trying to find a spot where I won't squeal this thing. I want all you exhibitors out here, relax them sheep. I'm not looking at the sheep right now. Just relax them sheep. Keep them cool. I first off want to say thank you to Clark County for inviting me over again this year. It's been a real honor, a real privilege. I was able to come over last year, brought my wife with me. We had a nice time here in Springfield, and I really appreciate the quality of kids and the quality of sheep. Being a county-born deal, knowing that these sheep were born and raised in Clark County, it's amazing the quality you get out here. Put your hands together for the kids, the breeders, and yourselves. This year I had the opportunity, my daughter came with me, sat through the showmanship thing. She's already critiqued me and told me what I did wrong there. So for the 2-hour ride home, she'll get to tell me what I did wrong right here. At the intermission, she gave me a thumbs up and told me it was okay so far. I'm so glad for everybody here around this barn. We have the opportunity to be here doing this today. We've had our highs and lows over there just like you all have. I want to commend the 4-H leaders, the parents, you kids. You were out searching for these projects. You were raising these projects this winter with all hopes of coming to this deal. You lived March, April, May, June, and the first 20-some days of July not knowing if you're going to get here, not knowing if it's going to be allowed. Please put your hands together for these kids, for them parents that kept feeding these sheep, kept working. It's easy to sit here and say we're living in changing times and everything, and folks, there ain't nobody here that's got an answer of what it's going to look like in a week, in a month, in a year, or the future. Let's hope this industry of showing livestock can keep going. I judged the showmanship thing today. I judged your county-born thing, and we've got some exhibitors out here that had multiple class winners. I got some new faces out here that I haven't seen today. That's great. And possibly getting to show their first sheep. I don't know. Maybe they're going to win the show Monday. I don't know. But these projects teach so much at home. I've got a daughter sitting there in the stands that has grown so much over the last 4 months by the COVID. I mean, if I can pull anything good out of it, number one, I haven't had to feed much in the mornings. But number two, she has learned so much about the feed intake of these sheep, about what it is we do. And it's shown. The hard work, the dedication has shown through our summer and what we've been able to do. And that's what I hope all of you are getting out of this also. It is that not all change is bad. We don't know how it's going to work out. But in the end, it is what it is, so we've got to adapt. And that's what showing livestock's all about. Out here in showmanship this morning, there were some people that their sheep didn't cooperate the best or this or that. You've got to adapt to it and go on. With that being said, I've got 4 or 5 in mind out here. I'll be real honest, I've got one that hits me really, really hard. Hit me when it hit the ring. Due to trying to space things and everything, I'm going to ask both lines to move. Actually, this line, stay where you're at. If the other, I'm going to ask both lines to move over. If we can figure out how to move this line over towards the fence, about halfway, and this line come kind of with this pole, I'm going to pull 4 or 5 out and make my final decision over here. Another good thing out of all this year, we've watched more county fairs. We've watched more stock shows, all because of that camera right there, because we weren't allowed to go. As I said, we've been fortunate enough since the last weekend of May, we have showed livestock every weekend. I'll include this weekend because we'd be showing somewhere if I wasn't here judging. With the exception of one, we took time out for family. But other than that, we have shown either sheep and goats, or cattle every weekend. We've been fortunate enough to find shows to go to. It's been great. But the video and everything, that also has been great. I'm just so fortunate you kids got here at the county fair. We sat the last 2 days at home watching our virtual show. It went a whole lot better than what I thought it would. But you know, a picture show ain't nothing like having them right here in the ring. So one more time, give the kids out here a big round of applause. Give the kids in the barn one too. And I'll just leave you on this. I already said this once, but for a county-born show, you all really put together a lot of high-quality lambs. Thank you.
Okay, our grand champion homegrown goes to Logan Phillips with her breeders, Zach and Heather Workman. She comes out of Class 7. And our reserve is out of Class 7 as well, Gabby McNear with her breeders, Zach and Heather Workman. Thank you to all of our participants. Thank you to all of our fans. We appreciate your cooperating with all our additional rules this year. We hope you enjoy your time at the fair. We won't be showing again until Monday at 9 a.m. with our market show.